see who. Got a post. What do we listen to?
Me and my niggas tryna get it, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Hit that house, they tell me is you with it, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Home invasion was persuasive. From 9 to 5.
Change up the file.
Yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Dreams of living life like rappers do.
Main
Back
character.
when them rappers wasn't cool. They wasn't. I fucked Shireen and went to tell my bros. Then Usher Raymond let it burn came on. Hot sauce all that night I rhyming, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. Park the car then we start rhyming, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. The only thing we had to free our mind. Then freeze that verse when we see dollar signs. You looking like an easy come up, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. A silver spoon, I know you come from, yeah bitch. Yeah bitch. And that's a lifestyle that we never knew. Go at a reverend for the revenue. Holly Berry. Hallelujah.
Yep.
Pick your poison, tell me what you do.
Could have done that before the stream, but
Everybody go respect the shooter. But the one in front
be fine now.
lives forever.
The one in front of the gun.
Now let's change this as well.
Hustling all day, this away, that away, through canals
Fine.
and alleyways, just to say, money trees is the perfect place for shade, and that's just how I feel.
So these are my first passes.
Just fuck your main bitch, that's just how I feel.
Do I need this?
Hey, dollar Mike, say fuck them niggas that you game with, that's just how I feel. Hey, dollar Mike, just make that lane switch, that's just how I feel. Hey, dollar Mike, turn
I'll keep these around.
rich, that's just how I feel.
Hide them.
Dreams of living life like rappers do. Bump that new E40
Sample.
You know big
Mechanic.
boy with my homies. Earl Stevens had us thinking rational. Back to reality.
Try some.
Yeah, bitch. Another casualty at war, yeah, bitch.
And
2 bullets in my Uncle Tony head. He said one day I'll be on tour, yeah, bitch.
hide all this.
Burgers never be the same. A Louis Belter never ease that pain. But I'ma purchase purpose when that day is jerking. Pull off at churches with Pirelli skirting. Gang signs out the window, yeah, bitch. Hoping
He's
her
like
love
the
won't offend you, yeah, bitch.
main mechanic.
They say
This
your
time with
soul
face
is
cam,
a
yeah.
pot of gold. And we
Only a few minutes online. Yeah, no worries, man. I need to make progress here. And I also want to stream more, so... I talked with... I think it was Ro last time, suggesting like Facecam would help maybe for people. What do you think about it? I could maybe lean it more downwards so it's... I mean, you still couldn't see how I'm working. The tablet. Let me first color him. Before I get into the main character, I just want to explore this guy a little bit. It's the style I want to basically show all other characters in. All the characters that will not be fleshed out. But yeah, I think it's decided now that we will do the female character. Not gonna lie, the Discord was extremely helpful. Hearing all the opinions that people have. I'm glad I asked. I don't even know what this power in the hand is. This glove. Miku beam cannon. I don't know what the Miku beam cannon. I think it's a... Do we know that? Where's that from? Tank? The tank is finished. I'm not gonna work on that anymore. I guess the colors I pick for this guy will be very important for the other characters as well. At least like that's. Something like this. Oh, as a sticker! Ah, yeah, I'm slow today. It was a long day, man. Tomorrow will be another long day. Tomorrow is like a little convention that we have here locally. I've never been. But our company will be there, a booth. And a lot of indie game devs from this area. Also Morrigan from the Discord, she has her own booth with art and stickers. So that will be like my first chance to buy some stickers from her. Because she's still not trying to figure out how to do the online store. Etsy. That'll be interesting seeing her. I haven't seen her in 3 years. Only like online we wrote, but actually seeing it's been 2 years. And now that he's the mechanic button, yeah, it's called the Button Festival. Yeah, we have talked about it. I don't know if Patrick is not going. He did say once or twice that he's thinking about it, but maybe he'll decide spontaneously. Tomorrow will also be a very weird day. In the morning I have a meeting which will decide, or it's pretty much already decided, I guess, but I will be informed about my future at this company, because I think I've told you the company's future itself is very shaky. So there's high chances that once I finish my course, the company will not be existing anymore, or at least downsizing a lot. Like really a lot, just keeping a few people around to run and have look after new projects maybe. And tomorrow I will have a meeting with the CEO, Patrick, as well. I think he's just right after me, or is he before me? I don't know. But yeah, tomorrow we will know what happens if the company shuts down, or if there's even a chance that these projects that are on the currently being discussed, if they even want us back. Like it's very likely that even though that the projects happen that they have lined up, that there's just no art planned for it, or at least like very little art. And maybe it's gonna be part-time, maybe it's gonna be weird, maybe no job at all, still an option. So yeah. Oh shit, means you need to take the commission way. I guess so, but first of all I need to finish the course. The course is taking a lot of time, as you have realized. I'm working on it pretty much all day. Very rarely do I stop these assignments for commissions. I do stake a few commissions, smaller ones mainly. But yeah, after the course, I will probably have to go back. I will probably have to look for options, yeah. What I talked about with Ro last time on the server. Might be the perfect time for me to get back into streaming, because who knows, maybe this will actually be a source of income that I will have to rely on. Which is kind of weird, because I think you're the only subscriber right now. But I will have to push that more, maybe post more videos on YouTube. See if I can get my old workflow back before I went into game development. And had like YouTube as the main source of income. Yep. It is what it is. But it's not like I wasn't warned. Like if you remember last year, I even told you things are not looking that good. And yeah, back then I suggested I just take a course and like we take some time off. And that worked. And time for some more epic splash arts. Yeah, man. I would be totally up for having like bigger streams where we just do splash art. If people are interested in that kind of work. I know many are, the server especially. Like, what is this music? What is this playlist? Is the music loud, by the way? Can you still hear me pretty good? I can close in the mic a little bit. Maybe not like this. Maybe like this so I can see what I'm working on. And now the song is over. But then you couldn't do these playlists. I decreased it. Is it better now? What do you mean with these playlists? With the music? I mean, yeah. Actually, hey Ro, what's up? I'm just trying something before I get started with the email. Thank you so much for your opinions, by the way. Yours were quite helpful. Look at it a different way. Yeah. Do I shade him? I need to change his expression, his pose. This is a little bit of test. Should actually go back. Maybe I should have taken pictures of one of my art books. Yeah, GEMA, right? Not necessarily GEMA. GEMA is, I think, a German thing, but yeah, they are copyrighted. And every time I finish streaming, Twitch lets me know that they don't like that. It's just that I don't care. I should actually care. But, let me try something. Do you have that on my board? Let's do that. Let me just Google out sharing, or maybe I could share. But then you guys. It's still working. There is a art resource, concept art world, and video game concept art gallery. I know specifically the Spider-Man 2 book. What the hell? Which is not here because... Oh. Do they have the actual pages? Miles Morales? Because I remember specifically some of the concepts they had of him. This is just him leaning against a wall. Yeah. This book is, by the way, really, really cool. Do they have the Guardians of the Galaxy? How are you guys both doing, by the way? How was your day? I'd be really interested to hear about that. Assassin's Creed, yeah, maybe that's a good one, but yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. God of War, maybe not. GTA? I think for GTA they only have the promo art. Yeah. Oh. Even for San Andreas. Guardians of Middle-earth, but no Guardians of the Galaxy. Damn. Because those books... Adblocker enabled. Have any... Assassin's Creed 3. Connor. I want to see how they made the face callouts. Like, even for concept art style, it's very good to have reference. You just have a lot of environments. Here are the characters. They have like... Did they try different faces for Connor? No, they didn't. So maybe... Maybe... I could go get my books. I also just noticed that the chat appeared. Move it down.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted,
Like this, and let's move the entire
just let it slip.
thing.
Yo, his palms
Yep.
sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already.
It's not perfect, but
He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm.
it's weird because anytime I select it, it gives it this border which makes it impossible to see. I don't care enough. Dang, that art looks great. Which one? What did I show? Where's my style? Here. I don't remember. One of the Assassin's Creed ones. For a potential income source, you should. Yeah, man, I know. I know. I will definitely in the future. For now, like, I just turn on these streams very quickly and I don't really look for that. I should probably find a playlist with actually good songs that are copyright free. Because that's the issue. I had a lot of them when I used to make YouTube more, and it was so hard to find something that I actually liked listening to and that wasn't annoying me during the stream. It's a lot of EDM techno stuff, which if you're into that, it's fine, but I can't concentrate. Electronic music. So I should actually decide which one I wanna start with. Which ones do you guys prefer? If it was up to me, which I guess it will be in the end, I would pick a mix of B1, maybe B2 for the tattoos and stuff, and B5. Anyone have any other opinions? What do you guys think? What are you doing? I'm starting to work on the female character. Right now, I'm getting notifications for stuff that happened like an hour ago. Oh, you missed the question? Which one of these do you prefer as the... like style-wise, which ones are cool? So I will combine them. For myself, I just pick these. Like, maybe like during work, she wears like one of these military bomber jackets. Or maybe she has glasses and tattoos like here. So it's hard to see, but I gave her like a sleeve. And she has another type of jacket and like a necklace, so... You like the first one? Yeah, me too. The problem with the first one is I can share it in here and you will immediately notice. Like, it was Fant and Shahir, I think, in the stream where we did those sketches. Panam... I will show you right away. And this was not planned. But when I finished it, it was kind of obvious. These lines, which in my case are like straps, like a belt, she has it too in here and has these lines as a little cutout. She has straps around the legs. She has these gloves cut off. She has a jacket like this. She has this kind of hairstyle. Like, this was not planned. This was my subconscious. What the heck, even the hairstyle? Yeah, I have no idea how this happened. It was my subconscious. Like, I worked on her, I liked her, I worked on B2, and I glanced over and like, oh yeah, I drew Panam from Cyberpunk. I keep her, I will keep her in here because I will try out different hairstyles anyways. But for now, I think I'm fine with her being in here like this. Yeah. So I'll take these three as a starting point. And let's shoot for maybe 4 or 3. different ones. I'm thinking maybe I should. Let's just start. And I should probably. I don't want to keep them on the board like this, so I will screenshot them, put them aside my other monitor. So I have them as a quick reference to look at as well. And yeah, what are you guys? Concept art is so hard, honestly. I agree to some extent, but I also think it's super cool because of that. It's like you get to work on cool ideas and you don't have to polish and render everything out super nicely, which is the awesome part, which I enjoy. Like you get to discover new things. The hard part is you get to discover new things. Like it's not that easy to find new ideas. But I like the challenge. The challenge of rendering a specific material or something on a character is much less interesting. Wait a second. Do I have? I don't. Maybe I do keep them with the proportions. Just wanna basically use one of them, trace over her character. Like I will use her proportions, I think. I don't want it to be this small. But yeah, that's the thing. You're now on PC, nice. What was I talking about? Yeah, I enjoy concept art for many things. But sometimes I gotta go back to illustration, so I like a mix of both. I'm so looking forward to rendering her, or like whatever character I pick. Like just getting back to rendering something. I don't know if you've seen the Super Saiyan 4 Goku that I drew. Even though it's like a super simple sketch, which I don't take too seriously, I still enjoyed rendering it quite a lot. I don't need to make this super pretty. Just a sketch that I will place. I'll place this. I'll use this as a little guide for myself. Elbows. Yeah, something like this. Now I have a little. That's sometimes all that matter. What exactly? Why I have a hard time today focusing. I noticed that. Let me design one. The first one, just have the coolest parts of all the three I had. Without the hair? I don't like any of their hair. I do like the hair of number 1, but that's literally Panam from Cyberpunk. Do I have one of the other ones with cooler hair? Let me just freestyle something, I guess. Lack of sleep. Yeah, man. Must be. Yeah, I can't forget. This is based in 2050 IP. 2050 Japan. Tokyo specifically, which will be important when picking hairstyles, which I guess 2050 we don't know what hairstyles look like, but what I do is that's a little guide I made for myself in my head. I have Cyberpunk as a base, the game, which is in 2077. We are in 2025, so 2050 is basically more or less in the middle. So I can see how far did they push it in 2077 and turn it back halfway. Like some of the stuff that's like a bit too futuristic, I turn back. Some of the stuff that seems more likely, I'll keep. That's somewhat my way of designing for 2050, if that makes sense. What do you guys think of cybernetics? Do we give her some cybernetic enhancements? My plan is to give her something. Like, imagine she got hurt by a kaiju previously and got even more mad at them. So she's now has like a cybernetic arm or something. Just something small, doesn't have to be like a whole prosthesis. Something cool. I'd love to know what you guys think. Or is there something that comes to your head that would be really cool to include here in one of the sketches that I will do? Because I will not do all of them on stream, probably. Maybe I will. Like, depends how far I get. I will stream for roughly 2 hours now, and I want to continue. Of course, I don't think in 2 hours I will have enough of them. Obviously, this is something I will continue next week. So for now, I kind of want to, like, if you have ideas, I can add them on my list, maybe. This a little bit up. I think all of this in general will make her look a bit more cutesy. Turn off the symmetry. And now comes the part. I have a little reference which I more or less can follow. Obviously, for the hairstyle, I want to try out more. Like, once I know how the design will look like, I will go back and design her face. Her details on the outfit will all be separately explored. And the hairstyle, of course, including hair color. So we will get to try some wild combinations. Like, if you guys think she'll look cool with pink hair, we can try it. If you think she should be blonde, we can try that too. But spoiler alert, I mean, it's 2055, so I'm not sure, but I don't know why for an Asian character just a plain black hair might be what I'm leaning to. But since it's 2055, we can definitely have like a pink strand of hair in there or something. Someone is active on Discord. I wish I could reply. I'm kinda busy. Also curious what the meeting will be. Oh, no. Does this look Asian? I mean, I think it's not necessarily an Asian hairstyle, but like bangs kind of It's the first thing I think of when I think of a female hairstyle, an Asian female hairstyle. Maybe something like this, like behind the ear, not here. Sometimes I mix up words. Yeah, I know a lot of Asians with that hair, yeah. I think I hear your Discord pings. Yeah, man, that's someone on our Discord. I think that goes away with streamer mode, right? I turn it back on. I turned it off. It's here in Wallaby, nice. Tell her I said hi. If you're still writing to her. I still need to finish our little collab, if you want to call it that. She won a free sketch and decided to draw half of it herself and leave the other half to me, which we have a whole stream on. It should actually still be up as a VOD or VOD, whatever you call it. I can feel the tiredness. Okay, so let's keep this hairstyle. Give her, first of all, turn on symmetry again. We close the jacket at the bottom and then... Now let's keep it open for this one, maybe for another iteration. And close it. But yeah, I kind of want a pilot, bombery, military jacket for her. Turn off symmetry again, just so I don't ruin the hair on one side. Are you working on something, Ro? How late is it for you? It should be roughly 2 PM. It's almost 8 for me. Let's continue this through and through. Oh, working from home today, nice. Is that why you can join? Yeah, I was working for 5 hours already, now I'm chilling for a bit, sketching stuff, nice. You're a software developer, right? Or are you studying to be a software developer? I know you're coding, I just don't know if it's... Oh yeah, okay, so it's a full-on job at this point. Yeah, I don't know. Big chest doesn't feel right for Asian. Not to be racist or anything, but not stereotypical. You kinda have to be stereotypical in some ways, but I guess this is the exception here. The next one might have a little bit smaller. If I can know, what kind of software stuff do you develop? I kind of think you already told me, but I don't think I remember. If you have already told me, I apologize, but I'm still interested to hear. How's life in Canada now? All the stuff that's going on in politics. I've seen some very funny stuff. Like people full on embracing the being Canadian and Canadian products, which amazing if you ask me. Like you should support your country any way it goes. Like not only if it's shitty politically, like if you can buy local products, especially in like in an economy like this, the people will thank you, or they won't thank you directly, but like they will probably appreciate it. I've seen it with Croatia, like where Croatian products are so much more expensive. I mean, everything is super expensive. It has the highest inflation in all of Europe. And this does look weird. Looks too pushed, too much like it's an anime. And I want to be on the realistic side. Like later on we will paint a realistic face. Maybe next week. Week after. But yeah, like seen like apples from Croatian farmers be like super expensive, and like imported from China they're like very cheap, which is kind of shitty. How does that even make sense? With all the import and taxes and whatever, it's still cheaper than just going a few kilometers and buying it straight from the farm. Yeah, let me put yeah, here this little ring and another ring, like a little jacket, little tag. I guess I've seen a lot like on military-esque or like pilot jackets. It works for this theme. Also for cyberpunk stuff, I've looked up so many cyberpunk clothing, and they have like tags like this hanging of everything, like of pants, of t-shirts, jackets, ears, even, like crazy, this kind of thing. I didn't think I will ever see the day, but there is CK in chat. Her boobs are pretty big, man. Are you seriously complaining about that, man? Have you changed? Have you changed, CK? No, but I do agree with you. I think I said that. Yeah, I think that for later versions we will have to change that. But I guess for her, let's just show it a little bit. And I want to give her a chain, and I'm still not sure what it will be. Maybe like dog tags? Like, does that make sense? Like these two dog tags thing, like they have in the military. Maybe we can think of a futuristic version of that. Maybe we even add a little heart chain, which one of the references said. She had a heart chain. And she actually had dog tags, yeah. Yeah. Bro, on-stream humiliation. I reached it all now. Ah, man. It's just all jokes. If you don't like that, I will stop. Like, it's just funny to me that you've reached like this expert status on the Discord server where everyone thinks like, it's not just me, but a lot of people know already that like, if there's a pretty artwork of a woman, if CK likes it, it's a good drawing. Like no one else's feedback matters as much as yours does, which is wild to me. And I kind of think it's cool, but even seen like AJ yesterday making jokes about it, and it was super fun. What was Rose saying? I asked something. I work with Java, JavaScript for work, if that's what you're wondering. Canada is, yeah, it's another with the US. I've seen that a lot, yeah. It affected a lot of workers. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people traveling back and forth, right? Which is not that different in Europe. There's like many people, especially like if you're living near the border, you'd often like go over the border to work. I don't, but I know of people who worked with people who I actually also worked with people that lived in Slovenia and like Croatia and would drive home almost every day or every day. Yeah. What kind of stuff? I mean, I don't know how much you can say or want to say. I'm just so curious, like what kind of stuff are you programming with Java and JavaScript? If there's JavaScript, I'm assuming it's like little apps or websites. Like you don't have to say specifically what the product is, just generally the field you're working in, because software development is so big. I knew a guy who wanted to get into games that was coding, and the company makes a ton of money with a tool that lets doctors book appointments. It's basically like a calendar with all the patients, and they can easily book the appointments through the website, but also on call. Like the person has like a back. What did I want to say? Yeah, there's like a back end where the workers and like people at the reception at doctor's office or whatever can work in, and they make a ton of money. They have like a little monopoly over here. And the guy said like the tool is so broken, and the doctors don't realize because the doctors usually think it's their issue. And like they just don't know how to work with it, and nobody pushes them to realize any cool features. Oh, it's similar to yours? Oh, you deal with aircrafts, okay. Yeah, but I imagine such a tool could be used for like basically every industry. We're like booking stuff. Yeah, but it's so funny that you work on a similar program. Do we give her a crop top? And the belly button would be somewhere around here ish. Now, do we make the legs or an arm cybernetic? Yeah. Now I don't even. And now, but accumulation on stream, yeah, we had that. Now I don't, but even I have my limits. Okay. Everyone is doing it now, I guess. Is that really so? I don't feel it that way. CK, if it's bothering you, just let me know. Like, I'll stop the jokes and... Yeah, but you are really... In one way, people think it's funny that you're like the expert, but like it's not without a reason. Like, you do pick up on a lot of things much more than someone else. Like when there's something wrong with the anatomy or something, you do notice it. And as I said many times before, like a lot of people will tell me my female characters look good, but you were the one to actually come and say, no, this looks shit. And then for me it means, like, if you say it's cool, I know it's good. So for me, I definitely see it that way. Oh, you deal with flight bookings. That's so cool, man. Is it one of these big websites where where anyone could like go on and book a flight, or is it more like a backend kind of thing for like the, how do you even call those? Fluggesellschaft would be the German word, like the different companies offering flights. That's really cool. I feel like if you're working in development, that kind of field will always be around. It's a pretty safe route to go. Might not be the most interesting. That's everyone who's working in software development is telling me the same thing. They would like to go into game development, but game development is comparatively very low paid. I have a friend specifically telling me that he makes like twice the money as a software dev for a very... He works for the German telecom, I think, or something. Or they are like one of their clients. And he makes like twice the money that he would in game development. It's boring work and like not that interesting. But it's... yeah, it's good. It's safe and it's paid well. You don't deal with publishers who can just drop your studio if some of the numbers don't look right to them. Yep, speaking from experience here, where I've seen none of it, where a project is like super decided and like everyone is up for it and there's even a contract, everyone signed it but one CEO, and that CEO is waiting for one report and that report is not looking good to him. And he's like, yeah, we shifted our focus. Good luck with your project, guys, we're out. Suddenly all the money you planned into your project, all the people you hired for that project are all expenses, but there's no income because without a contract they are not paying anything because they never told you, like there's no guarantee, but like they keep promising for months and months that there will be a signature and there's just, the contract is almost ready, so you start hiring and yeah, then they suddenly drop out. And a few years later the industry is in shambles and everyone is losing their jobs. It's a fun industry to work on. To work in, as you can tell. Do I give her big boots or small boots? I think smaller boots. But like to add a bit of these futuristic parts and to not have it like super current looking. Like super... Is it current? Current is different. Current is literal, the literal translation from German. Some kind of knee pads, doesn't have to look amazing, but it will do the job for now. And give her like a little, let me see if there's a reference. Give her some kind of a little bit higher. Seems the row wrote something. Let me see. Every time I read your name, man, I think of that weird little song, children's song, like row, row, row your boat. Every time I say row, I have that song in my head. It's not like when I read your name on Discord, it's completely different. But saying it out loud does something which is like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking instead of tying her shoes, it'll just be like, and I'm just freestyling. I have no idea what this would look like. I don't have a reference like that. Some tech that places your shoes. Maybe like this. At the bottom as well. This looks pretty shit. Maybe I just make her tie her shoes like a normal person. Yeah, I really don't like this. I will delete this. Slack. Want something? Oh, there's a session. I am not attending that session. Oh, it's in an hour, and in an hour I would stop streaming, but I don't think I will be attending anyways. Just pretend there's like waist shoes. Way too big. For a little girl, boots are way too big. And it looks like she's standing on her toes. Oh. I guess AJ and Shahir see it that way too. Yeah, as I said, it's become a little running gag. Like, it's a little joke now. You're like the expert. Which, if you're not fine with that, if you don't want that to be the case, man, just, as I said, let me know. I can tell people to that it's no longer funny. Even though to me it won't be, but if you don't like it, then it won't be funny to like bully people into being something they don't want to be, you know? I think it's probably that I have my vibe with aesthetic combined with my job in quality management. Yeah, that might be it, man. It's basically quality management, but in a very different field. You're doing quality management for female characters in art. And I think it's not a bad thing. But again, I mean, give her a glove on her left hand, and the right hand will have a cybernetic arm or something. Because I have basically decided, along with you guys saying that it's fitting and cool, that she will have that no matter what version. They will all have some kind of... Is the hand too big? The hand is too big. Big hands. It's because of the sketch. You like to do game dev in your fun. You like to do game dev for fun. Yeah, that's the way. Yeah, man. Dabble in some indie game dev. You told me that you're working a little bit with Godot, right? How much have you done with Godot? Have you done a little game, or are you just dabbling around and like not finished anything? No shame if you haven't. I think that's like where most people are at. I personally am a huge fan of Godot. Like open source all the way. I love anything. It's like open source. Does that read as cybernetic? Maybe I need to cut her sleeve off. Or we do it differently. We have it show on this side somehow. So kind of shows through. Yeah, we have number 1 finished. Let's do color. I didn't plan on doing color, but it'll look nicer. A little bit of cleanup will be needed. But yeah, just dabbling in Godot. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I didn't choose my username. It was randomly generated. I just went with everything. That's an interesting way of finding a username. I personally suck at finding names as well. My name everywhere is literally just my name. And arts with a Z. I have to thank 16-year Tomislav for that. Because he thought that was like super cool. Yeah. 30-year Tomislav doesn't agree. He thinks that it's cringe. But I'm still keeping, like, it's not that I can't change it. I just can't be bothered. Like, when you Google Tomislav Arts with a Z, a lot of my art can be found that way. I often Google my art like that because it's easier sometimes if I know that I posted it somewhere to Google a character with Tomislav Arts than it is to go plug in my hard drive and scroll through and find it somewhere and like find which hard drive it is on top of that. So I don't want to change it actually, even though I still think it's cringe. Yeah, using a random generator, I think it's the first time I heard someone do that. Which, fair enough, like if you're not that picky and you also, like me, don't like looking for names or can't think of anything, why not? Pretty cool way, I guess, to take some work off you. I should maybe read some chat again. You just doubled in it, yeah, I remember that. It doesn't seem too complicated. Problem is creating assets before the art. But now, since I'm getting better, I might look into it more. Yeah, man. I think that's something a lot of people struggle with, but it's also something a lot of people shouldn't focus on too much when starting. Art style is not the most important thing. Gameplay is. I would suggest, if you have an idea for a game, before you start doing art, try making the game fun first. And like see if the idea even works. And if you figure out that it does work and it's like pretty fun, go like, first of all, maybe use some pre-made assets. And just even as a placeholder, it could be like literally stick figures if you want to draw it yourself. But there's so many to choose online. And from there, you can still go on and have your own... What kind of jacket do I pick? Like a blackish one? Has to fit with the tank. But yeah, if you see that it works, then you can start thinking about art. Because art is by far the process that takes the longest time. Especially if you start animating and like adding variation and whatever. Especially if you're doing 2D. then even more so. But I think a lot of people are underestimating how, like, the power of using placeholders and free assets, especially at the beginning. A lot of game studios, like, while we were working on our new projects, we would use old assets as a placeholder in there. Like when the when the Wolverine game leaked, so many people were shitting on Insomniac for using Spider-Man animations, and he has the same walk cycle as Spider-Man. Insomniac is lazy. I think the issue is more or less that they were far from having actual animations done. Like, they were just doing it. They had a rough model and they gave it Spider-Man's animations, and that way they were able to prototype and test so much more gameplay-wise than if they had to wait for the art department to finish a character, rig it, animate it, which for those games usually it's motion capture. So it's crazy. Like, so many people talking shit online without knowing how game production works. That's why I also suggest, like, as an indie dev, try to work smart, make sure your game works and is fun before you waste time and later realize that it doesn't work and it's actually not as fun as you thought it would be. I had a talk about art style on a convention one day. I have the thing here, it was in 2022. And it was about art style, and I started off the talk asking the crowd if art matters in games. And there's like half of the people said yes, of course, why wouldn't it matter? And then I asked them, like, if you know what the, like, first of all I said no, it doesn't matter, but yes, it kinda does matter. And why don't I use symmetry? Wasting so much time. And I explained it in a way like, the most popular game, the best-selling game ever, is Minecraft. And they sure as hell didn't sell that many copies with their art. Art takes so much time, but art is not that important for selling games. Look at so many indie games. Yeah, a lot of them look pretty awesome, but a lot of the games that go viral don't look that awesome. Many do, but not all of them. Art is not important. Gameplay is a lot more important. Art helps sell your game. And if you suck, or not suck, if your game sucks and has amazing art, the game will still fail. We had so many, like, plenty of examples of that in the past. I don't really want to name any games, but I think almost everyone can think of a game that looked amazing and turned out to be pretty bad. Will I do that? I know it looks weird. Just have this part. So yeah, I'm ranting because it's good to speak and keep speaking, but I hope you get my point. I was seeing it more if I enjoyed it as hobby. Yeah, man, nothing wrong with that. If you just want to make some art and then figure out a game around it, which even studios do, we did. Like, if there was some awesome art, we would figure out how could this be a game. None of these games were actually successful, because it's usually easier the other way around. But there's nothing wrong doing that your way. Like, your way, it's not that it's your way. I'm sorry for saying it like that, but like, if you have some cool art, I'm sure you can figure out a cool way to use it. And honestly, if I do a game, it will probably be like that too. I'll figure out some kind of cool looking character. I don't know, make it in either 3D or 2D, and then figure out how to use it in a game. If I did a game project on my own, that's 100% what I would be doing. So, no shame. I'm just saying, if you're really looking into making a legit game project, you have the best chances by making it without art. Yo, Anne! Is this Anne? Anne? Give her some color, man. She looks like she's at war. Because she is at war. Oh, possible ban evader. Which is telling me that Anne is trying to evade a ban, but I know how to solve this. Stop monitoring Anne. Fixed. I'll send you a screenshot of it. Looks like you're suspicious. What's your name, faggot? And I don't mean that in a bad way, your name is literally faggot. How are you, Anne? You're one of my OG stream. Like, you watched the old streams on YouTube back in the day. Maybe even on Twitch. But yeah, the character is literally at war, that's why she looks like that. She'll be driving one of these bad boys. And she'll be... how do I do that? Let me make it bigger. Change to pure ref. He will be sitting in this bad boy. Yep. I don't want to... Like, I don't think I need to explain you the entire story, but it's basically... Ooh, you don't even see half my screen. Now you see it. This guy. He'll be driving in that. It's kind of hard to make a game when I don't have assets I'm inspired with. That totally makes sense, man. That's the reason why I would still do it the other way around, where I would... let's do with webcam again. How do you like the webcam, by the way? Is this fun if you can see me? Is it more interesting to watch? But yeah, I totally get it. That's the reason why I would do it the same way. I wanted to do something. Oh yeah, we need to add cutesy stuff. Let's add a patch. Nothing. Webcam is a lot better. Nice, good to know. The good old days, yeah. Looks interesting as fuck though. Thank you. If you want, I can tell you a little bit more about my IP. What, guys, give me an idea. What should the patch be? CK, Row, Anne. Give me an idea for a cute patch. I think I have some saved in my purif. Did I give one of them a patch already? I was pretty sure. Hello Kitty, yeah, but something copyright free, please. That I can't get sued for. Maybe my version of Hello Kitty. I could totally do that. I would also need multiple, so... Do you want to see me draw Hello Kitty perfectly without reference? Starts off as a circle. Let me actually use a symmetry ruler for that and move it on screen. This.
This record is so motherfucking gangster, man. I think it's time for me and you to just tone it down a bit.
Or do they go outside? I think it's just like that. And then on one side... Is that a perfect Hello Kitty or what? But we cannot use her. So let me just draw a generic cute cat.
Imagine Biggie with his son. Imagine Pop getting called Pop by one. Imagine a mother struggling, dealing with a system that don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I need another one.
Imagine life where you can't win. When you get out the ghetto and go right to the pen. When you get out the pen, you go right to the gym. So if you get back to the streets, you go right back.
What do I add? A heart or something?
Still struggling. No Def Jam, just another nigga hustling.
I think that was a suggestion someone had on Discord. I don't remember who it was, sadly. Maybe it was multiple people saying hearts. Hello Kitty, yeah. Was it perfect? Dry frog. Let me show you a perfect drawing of Pepe the Frog. A little bit more like this, actually. I've drawn him so many times. Custom versions of him. Bro literally has it in muscle memory. Some characters I do. Having worked on Smurfs for so long, I can draw any Smurf blindfolded at this point. Hello Kitty I've drawn from my little sister. Pepe the Frog I've worked for memes at work. Don't ask me why, but yeah, we had like... we had company-wide messaging thing, like many companies do, like Slack and other solutions there are. And I was in charge of making all the emojis if someone needed an emote for something specific, and it usually was Pepe in some kind of way. I would just do that, so... Is this a personal project or a group thing? It will end up as a portfolio piece. Maybe I can show you. Let me give a brief talk about the IP that I'm working on. IP. It is an IP. It's a portfolio piece that I'm shooting for AAA quality. I don't have a shortcut here for... You see it? No, you don't see it. See it now? You do. And maybe a bit wider. So I made this tank, as I've shown. Oh, this rival thing is... Oops. And chat is completely screwed up. Forget about all that. Yeah, this is a tank I designed. Like, this is the base version of the tank, and this is like the fully upgraded one. And the IP is all about killing kaiju. Like, it's 2050 Tokyo where kaijus are attacking. So I already designed a tank. And at some point, like, this is probably a good tank. And here you have a reference how big it actually is. I started with this actually, like, figuring out what kind of tech they would use. It had to be agile, it had to be fast, it had to be looking like it was secret military tech. And it had to fit like the 2050s area. But I drew out several different things, like from big ships, submarines, helicopters, jets, cars, tanks, different versions of tanks, drones. And I even made some mood concepts to set the mood, what the game would look like. Here's another one. Could be a cutscene or something. And then I explored the tank a little bit more, came up with this design. Came up with this design, which is a little bit more upgraded one for like when the kaiju get bigger. But eventually they get so big, you need an even bigger version, which is this bad boy. This is a regular tiger tank as it exists today. is being used today, so you can see the size difference. There's even a version to clean up debris on the streets after the kaiju is like finished killing and destroying, with a little crane arm. Here's the lineup. Here's like an in-game concept with a little animation that I made for fun. And now I'm working on the character who sits inside in here, which I have it in here, I think. Quite a few different versions. Some are more heavily armored, some are a little bit less armored. Let me close all these tabs again. And yeah, I had the question if it was male or female. We decided from female in the end because it would just be something that's not that popular. Like, if you think of a kaiju fighting tank driver, usually people would expect a male character. And while I also agree that I would expect, if I play a game, that it probably should be a man, or like, usually like in wars it's man, but this is like 2050. And in a tank you usually don't need strength, so why not put a small woman inside, which could probably fit into like a mech. Yeah, it's like a lot easier. It's a lot more interesting, and yeah, we talked about it quite a lot today. So I have all the lineup for the women. I even made some escape pods. So like if the kaiju attacks, it has like a few seconds where you have like invincibility. Maybe it uses some power or like makes a shield around it, so the driver can get inside one of these. First of all, I explored like, here's a fast solution. It's not that defensive, so with one hit this guy would pretty much be dead. This guy would probably survive an attack, at least one it should survive, I guess, or be fast enough to get away before the attack kills the driver. And I am still working on this, so for right now I placed the line on here on the scale. So it should be a bit bigger than this, maybe, but a little bit more safe, like this. And I made quite a lot of options. Like, one is a jetpack, one is a jetpack that comes with an escape pod, so it shoots you out and flies you way outside, but you can still keep using the jetpack to get wherever you need to. I even made a version where the inner part of the tank, like, it shoots all these parts off and it can fly away to escape. Even the cabin inside could be repurposed. Or like the little bit bigger pod. Like, I'm still working on all this, but for now I'm focusing on the character. Which... Oops, where's the layers? Here you go. It's gonna be a woman which loves to fight kaiju during day, and at night she's watching anime and playing games or something like that. Just like, if you think of Metroid, Samus, whatever the name is, like a strong character who's killing bad guys, but at night, or like when the helmet comes off, you actually realize it's actually an attractive woman inside and not this bulky dude who's fighting. So the twist, I think, will make this more interesting, and it's not what you expect. So it's, if you Google this kind of character, it's 99% man, and I figured I want to have something different. Alex Tremo, hey, how are you doing? Hi, thank you for joining. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Sorry for not seeing your message earlier. I was just explaining what this whole IP thing is about. The stuff I'm working on. How are you doing? Is that why you purposely used the word kaiju? I mean, I could call it monster, because yeah, there are monsters, but kaijus are a different kind, like they're a very specific kind of monster. And it's the specific kind that I'm after. Like, it's... Yeah. So kind of, because it's in Japan. But kaiju is like more than it's like a specific kind of monster, and it's not a, I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be honest, and I'm literally, yeah, rambling. Sometimes it's hard for me to focus. I'm putting a star here, but it's a Mario star. Make the lines, instead of like this, make them like this. And then the mouth. Oh. That's a police badge. Yeah, let's not do a star. I don't want a Mario star, but it starts looking like a badge pretty quickly. Let's just add a little circular thing. Maybe on the edge, so you can't even tell what it is. You can just see that there is something. But Anne, since you're talking about game stuff, how is your work doing? I hope you're still happy and that things are working out pretty good for you. But yeah, to answer your question, this is a portfolio thing. It's just for myself. Parts of this will be used at work for a pitch, but I changed the idea quite a lot for my version of it. And don't ask me how I made it possible to have a AAA concepts available for myself, but also for the work. It was a complex thing. Oh, a name sign. It would be on the left. I think I put the... Yeah, let's not bother right now. Add another circle with a smiley face. And I forgot the dog tags that she wear. Yep. Now let's add the color again. I should rechat, but I'm kind of focusing on adding the colors to everything. So yeah, they did something recently, Honkai Star Rail, where the entire fanbase thought this giant mecha badass character, but it was a female on reveal. That is super interesting, bro. Can you send that to me? Maybe on Discord somewhere and tag me so I don't miss it. That would be... I love to see that as a reference. Even last time when we were trying to find solutions, options, and characters that I could do, it was fun actually, who would all the time, I would draw something and he would say, this looks exactly like this character. Or, oh yeah, this is kind of what they have done. And he would send so many references to me, which I would never find on myself. Like, Font literally was so helpful, which is one of the reasons I kind of want to stream more. So I would super appreciate if you could send me something, even as a reference for what not to do. You want to see the cutscene? Yeah, sure. Send me that. Anything, even pictures, cutscene, anything. Because it would be an amazing reference for, like, what I just said, like, to know what or what not to do. Why is it so hard to speak English today? Something like this maybe, and... Ooh. Do I like it? ambient noise. I don't like it, but for now it should be fine. That's version 1. We will have 3 or 4 different characters in this style. Or like, out of all these characters that we had here, we picked 3 to combine, and now we will make 3 or 4 different versions of combinations from them. And that one combination that we pick from there will then be explored into details, like what exactly does the jacket look like, what hairstyle does she wear, what are the badges actually like. So right now they don't really matter. It's more or less about the idea. Do we like this kind of jacket, or do we want something else? Do we want an exposed arm or something else? So let me take my sketch from earlier, use the same proportions, but draw a different girl on there. Alex Tremo, you wanna know a fun fact? You were the first channel I followed 9 years ago on Twitch? Are you one of the early followers I had on Twitch? Because this account was dead for 10. Oh yeah, you're following me for... It's 2016. That was still back when I did all the Minecraft content and like even some GTA stuff. But that's when people wanted me to draw Minecraft. That's roughly the time where I worked with other YouTubers like Ask a Gangster, Reloadiac, and such. That's crazy. Thank you for stopping by, Alex. Yeah, for Minecraft, that's amazing. I didn't think anyone from that time would still join. I know the account was dead for the longest time, but in my head, all these people stopped caring, and like, maybe they get notifications when I go live because they used to follow me. But in my head, like, there was a 0% chance that anyone would ever join. Anne is also one of the people from back then, but I kept in touch with Anne since then. But yeah, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Alex, for joining. That's kind of really cool to see that. That's so funny. It's so nice somehow. I don't know. Really cool. Give her the One Piece hat. I could give her a chopper hat or something. Or like as a badge. I'm working like a slave for a fraction of the money the company gets. Like everyone on a 9 to 5, I guess. I'd rather change jobs, but I'm currently stuck on that one cause money. And I feel you 100%. It sucks, but I like the state the industry is currently in. I would say if you still want to work in games, try to stay there as long as you can find something else. Don't quit. Like, working in games is as amazing as it is. In the end, once the novelty factor is gone, it starts to become like any other job. Which is crazy to think about, but it is what it is. So yeah, I kind of feel you. When I was working on the mobile games, it felt similarly. But I still remember that, like, I would have killed as a kid to work a game like on a job like that. And get your, like, work on a portfolio if you want to. Make something cool. I'm currently working on my portfolio because I told CK and I think Road knows as well. I might have to look for a job soon too. With the industry being in shambles right now, from what I heard, I will know more tomorrow actually. I'm very interested to hear what the meeting will be like and what they will tell me. It's the first time that they requested a meeting with me alone since a year. Usually Patrick and I would have a meeting together, like to get an update about the company status. But now CEO wants to talk with me alone and with Patrick alone. So is that a good sign or a bad sign? Who knows? I'll know more tomorrow. Too much. It's also a bit too much. Just want like 2 bangs in the front and let the hair go like back like this. Is this Asian looking? Is this Japan 2050 looking? Fuck, I'll have to withdraw it. We could give this girl pink hair, just to have it. Later on we explore. If we decide to go with her, we could then still give her either different hair color, but in this lineup, it's all about exploring different things. Like, it doesn't help anyone if I make three versions of hair with the same haircut and hair color and the same jacket. So this has to be different, so later on, if you present this to an art director or client, they can say, I want this jacket with this hairstyle and these shoes and this face, this tattoo, for example. Give her a bow. Oh, a bow. On here? That's Chun-Li. Now we are making Street Fighter concepts. I think this is... I would give her bows for her everyday outfit, because that's something I want to do anyways. But for her work outfit, for killing kaijus, I don't think bows would work. But that's a good idea actually for everyday outfit. I could give her... Like if I remove these, for example, just for a moment, would give her like cat ears. That would be weird. Maybe again for her non-work outfit, her everyday outfit. Oh my god, that's stressful. Yeah, man. Cute Asian. Maybe look up Adira from Fortnite. Adira. Fortnite. Give me a second, guys. One second. Writing a message to someone. Adira from Fortnite. That's a good reference for the hair actually, CK. I'm putting that in my reference board. Yeah, here's a side shot. Maybe I actually go with this. Yeah, good one. Thank you, CK. Hey, it doesn't hurt to be cute if your head can't be seen anyways. Yeah, but the thing is, she might wear a helmet. If you look at this, she might be wearing this. So some kind of hairstyle where she can put it back together. Here it would work. This, I'm even questioning if these things are fine. But maybe she put holes in there so she can still have them in her version. Also, last time I kinda neglected, but she could totally wear glasses. Before I forget. Before I forget about it again. I gotta draw it. Yeah. A random little stubby nose. A smile. It works. Alex Tremo, are you still here? What kind of stuff are you into now? Are you still into Minecraft? Minecraft is pretty big now, bigger than it ever was, so. Or it's funny that you still remember that I was the first channel you ever followed on Twitch. The best case scenario is putting your hair in a ponytail so it doesn't get in the way of her eyes. Yeah, that's kind of what she has now. It's like two... It's not ponytails, but it's like away from the face. The next version will definitely have ponytails, I think. Maybe. Is ponytails something you'd see a lot in Asians? I think so, right? Isn't there that subculture of Asian girls that dress up like all fancy and have like all these fancy ponytails and such? They're called space buns. You're welcome. Thank you. Space buns. Buns. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I just drew. Good to know what they're actually called. We had a game designer at work, a girl who Patrick and I would go to. At least once we had a little workshop with her. We had to design a female character, and the feedback we got, she's not fashionable enough, and we had the weird problem that we didn't know how to Google for fashionable female stuff. Like as men, we just Google cute outfit or like fashionable outfit, and I just asked her, like, you would be the kind of girl that they would consider fashionable. Can you just give us a little workshop and explain, like, how would I Google stuff? Like, how would you Google outfits and stuff? And so she gave us all these keywords to look for. To be fair, I forgot 90% of them. And even Pinterest, she gave us some Pinterest boards that she has, and was super helpful. So you telling me these are called space buns is something I definitely would have never known on my own. Yeah. Ponytail makes sense for the job she does. Yeah. I'll keep ponytails in mind for the next one. If you look at geishas, they do have their hair up. Also, when Chinese girls marry, they do a lot of hair stuff. Hair stuff? What does hair stuff mean? But that's a good point. hair stuff. Pinterest is definitely good for outfits and inspo, considering that I come up with outfits and draw them for a job. I should have talked to you earlier. That actually is your job. But you know what, guys? I need to go for a second. I need to grab something to drink. And I need to check on something on my phone. So I'll be... Oops. Literally right back. But in the meantime... I would appreciate, before it goes under, links also has some interesting variations. Okay, let me check for links really quick. Links from what? Fortnite? Links is a cat, a bobcat. What is... So, before I get back, or while I'm gone, TK, please tell me what the variation of links is like. And I don't know how much you know about military gear and stuff, but I would love to have some cutesy ideas that I can add to military gear. Are there some kind of... Gloves would be weird, but some kind of pins, I guess. There's not much we can do. Tattoos? We could work with tattoos on her if you leave her shirtless. And I don't know, Ro, if you have some ideas. Be cool. But yeah, guys, I need to go. Like, I'll be back in literally 2 minutes or so. He's giving us homework. I'll not be here entertaining you, so... And it would be super helpful to me. If you don't want to work anything, just sit and wait for me, but just don't leave. It's super helpful to have you here. Thank you, by the way, for joining, and really appreciate it. Can't speak anymore. Be right back.
That's why I fucked your bitch, you fat motherfucker. West side, bad boy killers. You know who the realest is, niggas. We bring it to you. First off, fuck your bitch in the clique you claim. West side, when we ride, come equipped with game. You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. We bust on bad boys, niggas fuck for life. Plus, Puffy tryna see me weak, hearts I rip. Biggie Smalls and Junior Mafia, some mark ass bitches. We keep on coming while we running for your juice. Steady gunning, keep on busting at the boots. You know the rules.
I'm back. And I can see none of you did your homework. Why do I have a notification here? I had nothing. There's a figure drawing session going on, which I'll be skipping. You sent me a DM. I have a message request from Ro. Thank you, Ro, for the link. I will mark that as unread and come back to it. CK sent me. Oh yeah, that's a good reference, CK. You can also watch it on stream, like a reaction video or something, but I don't know. That's a decent reference, thank you, CK. I will also mark yours as unread. I need the reference later. I have like 5 people in Discord all read marked as unread. I have a reference for tattoos, but I don't think I can show it on stream. I have 3 viewers, nobody will. Doesn't matter if I show it or not. Oop. Let's hide the part that can't be seen. I don't know if I can see that. Yeah, but I'm thinking something like this. This is from Cyberpunk, or this is fan art of Cyberpunk. It's like, I mean, I'm not gonna add faces like this. But some kind of anime characters in... They for real with hentai tattoos, yeah. No, that reference, this is fan art. But I liked that these hexagons have the futuristic cyberpunk look, but they are kinda also not. What do I want to say? Like, they still animate, but they also have the futuristic cyberpunk look that I'm going after. Yeah, they didn't add any hentai tattoos in Fortnite. In Cyberpunk. That'd be wild. Let's go to... Okay, let's go. Where is it? I can't find my reference. Where was the... I had a reference for the shirt that I wanted.
Okay, let's go.
There it is. I have it. I could... Let me do that. Switch to this. Then you can see my references. I can copy PureRef over to this layout and... Yep. Now if I change it... Now you guys can see what I can see. It's not perfect, I guess. So. Yeah, like this. But what else is new? What? Let me not show the naked lady. House life and otherwise. You're the only one here that I don't get to talk much usually, so. Since this girl has a tank top, I'm not going to give her a tank top. I will give her a short t-shirt. No, let me give her like a tactical vest or something. Because this is her work outfit, so. It will make this version different from the first one again, which is actually important in this step. Also, Ro, didn't you say you worked on some art right now? What exactly are you working on? I'd be interested. I know that usually in my streams you work on art. Kinda. If you tell me that you're working on art, I gotta know, you know? To get my rep, you really has a great selection of rester. Thank you. Thank you. I'm adulting hard, man. All I can say is that times are hard sometimes, others not so much. Currently, I'm fighting my brain to motivate itself to draw after doing it for 8 hours, and I have been there. People underestimate how hard it is to draw after working. Like, after having art as a job really ruins it as a hobby. I've been preaching that for so many years, and unless you live that kind of life, I don't think you understand. Like, it's, I don't know, like, people who've been following me more have probably heard me say that, but I don't think they ever understood what I mean by that unless you're doing that day in and day out. So yeah, maybe now, after hearing you say that, maybe people start to understand what I mean. That sometimes after spending 8 to 10 hours at work drawing, I don't feel like going home working on commissions. I still do, and I still did a lot, sometimes even for another 5 to 6 hours at home. But yeah, it's very hard to motivate yourself. I still manage somehow. I still don't know how always. Like, sometimes it was very hard. It helps to do something completely different from what you would do at work-wise. But yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I'm just making a sketch of a male character fan art. Which character? If I can know. But that's pretty cool. I like hearing people that I like hearing people about. Why is my brain not working today? I like hearing when people say they work on their own stuff during my streams. So yeah, if I'm annoying, if I keep asking what everyone's working on, I just like the idea of you not just watching, but like people actually also joining me virtually in all this. This is cyberpunkish. I guess it's not cyberpunk, it's just 2050. More futuristic than cyberpunk. A bit less turtleneckish. Still has to be like functional clothing. Yeah. On the vest, instead of a skull logo Punisher, that's not a bad idea. We could have stuff hanging off of here. That's why I made these hooks, so we could hang like a little keychain or something. Something cute. Or like art, like sprayed on top. Could be fun touch to this. Yeah. Good point, CK. This is why I stream these kind of things. Because you guys will always have more ideas than I would. You're just... Like, I would have ideas and you would have ideas, and together it's the best of both. Like, obviously not everything you say fits to what I have to do or what I can do, but it will inspire something else. Like her everyday outfit, for example, which I mentioned earlier. So yeah, I really love streaming for that stuff. So it's not really like a tactical vest, like a big vest. It's more like a slimmer one with a few bags that she has like easy access to certain things. But yeah, it sucks cause I want to do it, but your brain is literally just shutting you out of it. Yes. You realize 2050 is in 25 years. Yeah, yeah, and that is exactly the reason why I picked 2050, because I explained it before you were here, but my reference point for how futuristic I want to go is like I take Cyberpunk 2077, and between now and 2077, 2050 is kind of in the middle. So I'm kind of taking some cool ideas from Cyberpunk, but moving them a little bit closer. Like not as futuristic, not as crazy. Some parts maybe I can take one-to-one. Other stuff not so much. And I also take... That's why I chose 2050. Because the amount of advancement that we made from 2000 to now, I can compare to 2025 to 2050. So like I have like a few reference points for how futuristic I want to go, and I hope this makes sense, because it's quite... Maybe it makes only sense in my head, but I have 2077, I have 2000. We are here, and what I'm doing is here. So I have... No. This should be 2050. And then 2077 is somewhere here. Ish. So here's my IP thing. So I have this reference point to compare in order to see how much happened in here. Obviously, I expect tech to change a lot more during this period than it did here, because with AI and all these things, like, it skyrockets. But I also have this period here to compare, and then I just half it, so I don't really care about all that stuff. So 2050 was actually not just randomly chosen. I had an idea when I picked it. That was all on purpose. Let me actually... How is it drawing dresses and outfits and every day? Are you all just drawing dresses all day, or are you also doing some marketing stuff? Like, what's your primary job? Is it designing clothes? I'm interested to hear. symmetry timescale is still there. Thank you, CK. Oops. I didn't even notice. Note that does make sense, because in 25 years so far humanity has evolved in tech exponentially, yeah. And it will probably not keep going exponential, maybe it will. But I do expect it to grow quite a lot. So one of these arms will have some cybernetic enhancements. Should like this. This is the part I struggle with females. Like, I still want to indicate the musculature, but adding lines like this makes them look manly pretty quick. Symmetry, I'm basically a human printer because I look at clothes and have to adapt them to a weird, unproportionate doll. So do you guys get... How's the process? Do you have like an art director who chooses? Or do you have like a game designer who basically designs an update and gives you like a theme for dresses and then you go? Or is there like an art director that picks references and you just take these references and adapt them? I'm sorry if you don't want to talk about that. Or like if you can't, maybe. I'm just interested to hear about different games and how their process works. Like being someone who worked on both ends. Like being the one who decides and also being the one who has to do the work. I love hearing about other processes because it helps me maybe in the future. CK loves the design of the nanosuit in Crisis. Yeah, it could be a good reference. Are you looking forward to the new Crisis? I may or may have not seen some stuff that is still not out for the public. I can tell you that the CryEngine is really cool. It's a bit of a mess, but it's cool. What kind of row are you still here? Oh yeah, lol, that was why game dev was burning me out. Coding after I code for 8 hours wasn't fun, so I wanted to make assets art first. Yeah man, that's a good point actually, yeah. That doesn't make sense on top of everything else that we discussed earlier. Yeah, you're still here. I just wanted to ask you, you said that you like designing or thinking of like cybernetic stuff. How far do you think we should take this? With... And what am I doing? What is this glove? I'm trying to replicate one of the gloves here, but it would be much easier if I just drew the fingers first and not like a glove and try to make fingers work inside of them. Like, how far should I take her cybernetics? Here, the shoulder will be cybernetic, and maybe the bicep will be like this, cut out. Same for a tricep. maybe stuff like this. Just like keep it skin tight. Basically symmetrical, but at the same time not. Maybe here there's some kind of mesh. Or let's just do it like this. Give her some metal arms. I'll do one metal arm, one tattooed arm. That was the idea. Yeah, have it go in the chest. Yeah, but she has a t-shirt on. So we can basically just... Maybe for the everyday version, or maybe for the turnaround, I'll make a nude version, where she basically just has some, let's say a bikini or like underwear. Stands like this and you can see the entire tattoos and cybernetics. I didn't realize, yeah, she has like a... basically, without this line, she basically looks like she's got nothing on. It's like a tighter, what do you call that? Like functional wear or whatever. Oh my god, don't get me started, cause it's really fucking stupid. We don't have an art director and everyone on the art team, plus our art lead, doesn't know how to draw. What? How can you be an... Oh, it's a team lead. Are they art lead or just a producer kind of person? They look at our ref assets for feedback, if there's any to be given. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know what to say, and they... Who comes up with the ideas then? Do you guys just go out there and pick something cool and whatever you do gets picked? You do? So you literally free to go in? Oh, okay, so you have like brainstorm sessions, everyone shows what would be cool and then you just do it? Because that sounds awesome as long as the team works and is small enough where that's kind of possible. But I can see that become really messy really quickly. We've had that where we had like the entire team brainstorm on what an artwork could be like, and then I would have to step in and tell them, you know, I need to take over because it's getting too wild. Yeah, we present our ideas and at the end they pick a certain number of topics. Okay. And who picks? The producer? It's supposed to be fun till you realize you're trying so hard to please the player base. That might times that often, yeah, I 100% agree. I've been there where players like I've at the beginning I had more trouble with this, but later on I started the forum. We had a forum and I would be there every day in the morning, read player, or like we had an official forum, but we also had like a few YouTubers that covered the game. I would, with my company account, subscribe to them and I would read the forums. Like there were sections about what players want, their wishes and whatever, and base my ideas off of that, and that worked pretty good. Because slowly but surely we will then work through all the ideas. Players become more active because they realize that someone is actually reading what they've been writing. Because for years, when Capcom had the game, nobody cared about what they have to say. They had like a person that was running the forums, Yeah, I included her, the forum moderator. I included her in everything. She gave feedback quite a lot. And the game made quite a lot of profit because of that. Because eventually I knew exactly what the players wanted. And yeah, I would be included in sales meetings. And it would be fun to see all my new assets, all the new ideas that I came up with would then sell pretty well. I became art director because of that. Like I got to decide what the direction would be like. I mean, not only because of that, but it was definitely part of it because they saw that there was so much involved, and every time they gave an idea for an asset, I would be there and tell them how to improve it and make it like actually something cool that the players would like. Like, people deciding didn't know what worked and what could be done with our engine. I knew, as someone with a development background, I understood the engine a little bit better than other artists or like game designers. I would go to developers, ask them if they could explain some parts of the engine to me, and they usually gladly would, because it would make their parts also easier, like jobs. And we would realize that a lot of the things that we thought weren't possible were actually not a problem at all. Yeah. The team lead is mostly responsible for the picks. Okay, I try to do that, but ours want the same thing all the time, and they're extremely picky, dude. Yeah, I can imagine. Plus, I've reached a point where I don't necessarily care about the game or the company anymore. Yeah, that can happen. That, yeah, can happen. As I said, and work on your portfolio, apply to other jobs, and maybe... Does it make sense to give her guns? Like, these guns will do shit against the kaiju. So who is she using this against? I kinda like it, but it makes no sense. Also, the perspective is like way off. What the hell am I doing? Yeah, and try, if you want to work on your portfolio, try to apply to other studios, and once you have something, just go. I don't know how bad it is, but is it that bad that you would literally do any other job and leave the industry? Because I can't imagine another job easier. Also, I have a button here that plays something for you. That was loud. That was way too loud. You want to work for a different game company, yeah. As long as it's a game company, so yeah, I would say you stick with them for as long as you don't find something better. And currently it's really hard to find anything in the industry. But now you actually have some experience to show, so it'll be a massive help when applying to other studios. But keep in mind that there's like tens of thousands of people in this industry looking for work as well. Many of them amazing at what having worked like at Ubisoft or like huge game studios who have been laid off. So it's a bit different now than it was years ago when it comes to finding a job in the industry. So as long as you can, if it's really that bad that you have to leave, then leave. But I would recommend just stay there as long as you can and chill, earn some money. Sometimes I consider making my own games, but I suck ass at coding, and I've been there. I play with this idea every single day. I know engines well enough to make something rough, but without a coder, it would be very hard. I know Unreal Engine good enough, where I can, without any coding, make something decent. Like I could make a platformer pretty easily, but it would be such a generic game that I don't think it would be fun. Like if as soon as the mechanics get a little bit more advanced, it would be a pretty boring ass game. Just the jumping part and stuff I can easily do. Adding a character, adding animations, I've done all that on my own. But yeah, I would love to get together with a developer. And I've actually talked to several times. No. But if it really turns out that the meeting tomorrow ends in a way where it's very unlikely for me to go back, I am probably gonna start after I finish what I'm doing. Like maybe around summer, I will then start learning. Or like really diving deep. Either Godot, or I think it's more likely to be Unreal, because with Unreal I have some experience already. I know my way around Unreal. I can make basic stuff in Unreal, so it will be all about adding a few more advanced things and starting from there. And not like starting from scratch and learning a completely new engine and language. I know maybe Ro can say more to that. But Godot has a pretty simple coding language. They have their own. It's more or less a scripting language, I think, not a coding language. But if Ro is still here, maybe he can confirm. Quitting my job? No. Maybe losing it. Because from what I heard, like I don't know how much you know because we don't talk that often, but I'm currently taking a few months off for a course, and I picked a game concept art course, which is like more or less game focused, but also applies to like movies and stuff. And the mentors are all amazing, experienced artists. My mentor, who I got assigned to, although I speak to pretty much all of them, he worked on Resident Evil. He's mostly famous for that, but he also worked on Prototype and a lot of cool other games. Another mentor I get along with pretty well worked on The Sims, on World of Tanks and such. So the feedback from them is super valuable, but after the course ends, I heard that the studio might be closing. And if it closes, there's no way for me to go back. Like after the course ends, I might be looking for work. And I asked, like there is one project in line that I have done some stuff for, Actually, there's two. But one is kinda likely to happen, and I bluntly asked my CEO, like, is it even planned to have art on that project anymore? And he said he just wants to have a meeting. Which... it's not a yes. So he could have just replied, yeah, there will be art. Maybe he just says there's... the plan is to go with part-time. Maybe they need someone part-time, which I would be totally up for, because then I can finally focus on some other stuff. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's definitely something I would be for. Like, I wouldn't be against it. Maybe it's just that there's like no art planned for the near future, and they just want to have the tech part figured out. And maybe in a year or so. But the problem is that the one project that I have in mind, I've worked on, as far as I know, there won't be any major news for that until June or July. Did you play a fart? Why didn't I hear that? Did you hear the fart sound? Let me see. I didn't hear anything. Huh. I need to get that checked out, because last time it worked. Now it doesn't. Let me try a different sound. Oh, you know what it is? It's the webcam. I will play it for you, Anne, and I hope it works. There it was. Yeah, maybe they need to get the shit together. Yeah, it's the fact that, like, the course ends in April, and I know for a fact that there won't be any work for me in April, or like end of April, May, and the project that kind of would be possible to work on won't have any news until June, July-ish, somewhere around there. So it makes... I guess it's more or less the question that we would have to discuss tomorrow. If it even is an option, what would I do until then? Thank you for the fart. What else can I play for you? I hope it's not too loud. I hope you liked it. That's because I haven't talked to you in so long, and you played a fart sound and it didn't happen, so... hope the spinny fish makes up for it. I want to get into color. I love how you know how to please the Gen Zers brain, aka me. Spinnyfish was great. Technically, I'm a millennial, but I like to think that I understand young people. I had a work meeting, but I'm back. Not much, Ro. We were just talking. I asked actually something for you. We were talking about how we want to make our own games. How easy is Godot? Or coding wise? They have their own language, I know that. Or like scripting language, I guess. It's not. Is it a full-fledged coding language? Or is it more scripting? But yeah. I don't want to try this color. Shape. Maybe I keep this and I make the arm. Thanks a lot. Next semester I'll be 35. I'll be 35 pretty soon. In 5 years, 4.5 years. Fuck. I remember when I heard that song and I was like 17 or something. Let's give her a little bit of color. Let's pick this dark color for. For the shirt. Although the shirt is only visible at top, like down here it kind of merges. We make this vest darker. Symmetry. Hello? Oh yeah, I read that. You missed Spinny Fish and Fart, yeah? You missed the Spinny Fish. It's more scripting, okay, so you could... So could an idiot use Godot to make a game? I believe you can integrate C#. Yeah, I think with C# it's basically same with Unity. Like Unity is based on C# and I think Godot as well, but they have their own language to make it easier. And from what I know a few artists that started working with Godot and made some pretty cool easy games with a few tutorials. So Anne, if you're looking for something to make games on your own, Godot, would it be the best option though? It would be a pretty good option. I'm not sure if it would be the best option. Probably. Like it is one of my favorite engines because of the open source factor. Like I just like to support open source where the company's not screwing you over with some shady stuff. Unreal Engine otherwise kinda easy to learn. It has a lot of templates. You literally can have a jump and run game set up in seconds. What else? Unity is pretty solid, but Unity requires coding. Unreal doesn't. It would be good if you know it, but you can get by using Unreal without any coding. I mean, there's so many. Game Maker is a good engine for several different things. There is, how's the browser-based one called? Is that Game Maker? The browser-based engine? Tom, you're making the love child of Velma and Daphne. Because of the glasses and the hair? I do want to change the hair. But first I want to color everything else. Giving. Silverish arm for now. And the backstory is that she kinda lost her arm with... Oh, fuck. Having my arm on top of the other hand of her. I just didn't see that I'm painting in symmetry mode. Any ideas how to cutify her while I'm adding color? A bit darker. Could also use this panel on here. And yeah, let's use the same blue for the that powers her arm. We've also used for the kaiju tank. This music. Turn on a random Spotify playlist and yeah. If you've never coding before, maybe Game Maker. Yeah, I think Game Maker. Ro, is Game Maker the browser-based one where you're literally using nodes, like if this then this and stuff? Game Maker. No, it's not. How's that? I'm now googling. Browser-based game engine. I know there is one. There is one that is actually pretty easy to learn. And it doesn't require any coding. And since it's browser based, it's super easy to... It's like on the tip of my tongue. Construct. There it is. Does it cost anything actually? I think it did cost something, but it's a construct free. Oh, there's like a monthly. Yeah, it does cost something. That's the only thing that I don't like about construct. But if you Google it, construct is browser based, and this is what the coding looks like. And the higher res image. So you basically drag in, like on game start, do this character touches. The character touch, then you drag in the object, and then you drag in what it does. Like, it's, from what I've seen, quite easy to learn. This looks a lot more complicated than I remember it. There was one artist who I used to watch on YouTube that made, or still makes, quite a lot of games with Construct. And he started as an artist, and now it's quite a lot of different things as a developer, with Construct mainly. And the cool thing with Construct is it's browser based, so basically everything is online on the cloud, and you could technically just literally hit a share button. it compiles, and via a link in the browser, people can play your game, and you can live watch their screen as they play via the engine. Like, Construct has a few cool features like that, but again, I never cared enough because it was a paid thing, and me being me, like, I'm not gonna develop a game that will bring money. Like, I'm not gonna earn any money with my games, so I'd rather have an engine that doesn't take any money as well, which is why at work I worked a lot with Unreal Engine, which is why I know that's the best. And honestly, if I did something on my own, I'd be going with Unreal. It's just the easiest. But if I was to get together with a developer, I would probably leave them to pick whatever engine they like most. Let's be honest, like, as an artist, you don't really... I mean, you would do some things, like I've implemented animations and characters and art and 3D assets and 2D assets and all kinds of different things. But as a developer, you work a lot more in engine, so in my opinion, it should be the developer's choice. Also, like, for versioning and whatever, I'm gonna call all that. Like, if the developers say they want to use Git, we're using Git. If they want to use Perforce, we're using Perforce. If they want to use SVN, we're using SVN. Like, stuff like that was always the developer's choice. Usually the lead dev, because they would be setting all that up anyways, and I'm the one just integrating into my engine. A client, I guess. And if they want a specific name, like naming convention in their files, they're getting their naming convention in their files. Even though it might be sometimes annoying for artists to name their files different for every single project, but if developers like it to have it their way, I'm gonna do it their way. This is a very simple design. Now let's add some cute anime stuff. Yay! Nobody cares. Let's do hexagons. This is not a hexagon. This 5-point star? What? Get a polygon tool. I guess a 5-point star, but then I go into the settings and set the star ratio to 10. The star ratio to 90. No. Star ratio. What the hell? Why is my polygon tool not working? It's only drawing stars, I don't even have the option. I can just draw my own. A little bit of hand-drawn action. Oh. How did they do it? Oh, I have too many polygons. Are you currently using a screen tablet? Yes, I'm using my Cintiq to draw on. I also have, now that I have a webcam, I use this bad boy a lot. It will usually be on my table and I'll draw on that and just look at this monitor. That's usually for sketches. And if I want to save my back, plus your posture, if I use that tablet, a lot better than when using this, because now I'm fairly straight, but usually I work like this sometimes. That's not good. Now I'm pretty straight. Like this, I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, it's an octagon. That's what I realized later. But we can use a vertical thing and write ourselves. I don't know. I could have sworn that it was a preset in Photoshop to just have I need to fill it with something. I think it's more node-based, I haven't used in 7 years. I remember there was a lot of nodes. Gotta dabble with Unreal, looks fun. Unreal is a lot of fun, but Unreal is a pain in the ass for a lot of things. Like, the developers of Unreal, they like to promote it, how awesome the features are and whatever. You know what? I'm not doing that detail now. It's for another step. But yeah, getting Unreal to perform well with all those epic features is another thing. They make it look like it's just plug and play and you just turn on, I don't know, Nanite and it works. I mean, it does work, but it's super unperformant. It takes quite a lot of work sometimes to make Unreal work the way they show it off. And same goes for Lumen. Like all the ray tracing. Unreal out of the box comes with ultra settings for your project, so we would sometimes have like little prototypes and making a build for it for the CEO's laptop so he can take it on a convention. Specifically, I remember this occasion where it just wouldn't run. It had like 10 FPS, and then one of the developers who wasn't there, someone messaged him, asked, I think it was home office or something, and he didn't make the build. People asked him like, do you know what happened? And yeah, Unreal just likes to have everything in ultra settings unless you change it by hand. So yeah, Unreal is pretty cool. Unreal is a pain sometimes. Vegeta, yeah, man. I was wondering if someone would recognize it. I have a message. I don't even know what to add. But maybe one of these days I would totally be up to stream some Unreal Engine. Do something outside the art category. I'm just adding random shapes to it. I'm not gonna put too much effort into these. Just a little thumbnail sketch. And I want to give her a full sleeve, so let's look for some other references that have tattoos. What does a cyberpunk tattoo look like actually? She have tattoos? No. At Pikachu. And I had the same thought. Does anyone here have tattoos? She has tattoos. Oh yeah, something like this maybe. Killing kaijus. And I add a little stylized skull. Skull. Skull silhouette. And just like this. Add some shading around it. Oh, you said it before I drew it, sorry. Yeah, great minds think alike. First he goes cute, then he had badass on her form. Man, she kills kaiju for a living, she's not all cute. She's got some badass stuff in her. And tattoos are the best way to display it, you know? She has Vegeta on her arm. He is badass. Just read like cyberpunk stuff. I mean, what am I doing? Some random doodles will do the job. There should be some recognizable stuff like the hexagon pattern and the skull. The rest I don't care about. We want some on her neck? I don't think. Now let's add this rosiness. Which will make her already like 20% more cute. Shade a little bit. Now let's try something. Guys, what is the hair color you want me to see try? Anyways, it was fun chatting. Bye boys, gotta work tomorrow, so scram. I got a scrum, okay. Okay, and thank you so much for joining. Have a good night. Maybe one day join again, or we just talk on Discord. But thank you so much for joining. Have a good night. Purple bluish. Blue looks like Hatsune Miku or something. But I could totally add like a little. Like mix it in here a little bit. That's a good one. I want to see what blonde looks like. Like plain, normal, boring. Kinda works. I don't know if it reads as Asian to me. Speaking of Asian, let's just make it undyed. Yeah, this definitely. What if it's like... Bro, do you have ideas? I don't want black because she's already that dark. I think... I don't know if I like this one. Blue kinda works, but I think this still kind of looks natural, but still pops. Make it match your tank. Yeah, I need to add more yellow to the outfit. Be the exact color. That's a good point, actually. And... I don't think I want the hair to be matching tank. This looks more like it belongs to the tank people. Also, I noticed I could have added a little bit more yellow on the first girl. Pockets or something outlined. And maybe... This is actually a pattern I have on the tank. Maybe it makes sense. I'll keep it. It doesn't have to stay, but for now. Oh no. Multiply and have it like a little darker grayish purple. Then it reads more like tattoos. Yep, I like that. We need to add decoration. Something you'd see. Like this. How do we do that? One thing I could have done. Again, because I have no idea what to add, it'll be some cute animal. Maybe a little bit more fantastical. Looks like a bunny, but I'm okay with that. CK, are you still here? Didn't you say you'll be here for a few minutes only? Don't get me wrong, I really appreciate that you're still here. but yep, nice. Thank you for still sticking around. Kind of forgot about that, but yeah, you joined and said you'll only be here for a couple minutes. Thank you for that. We make this a little bit smaller. Probably. Just waking up. The morning gotta thank God. Oh, but today seems kinda odd. Oh, okay. And I misunderstood. Still, thank you for being here. I could totally add some cute design to her arm. Yep. There too. And I will need an explanation of her. Do you know what you will do on Saturday? I'm not sure yet. Tomorrow I'll be gone the entire day, so I don't think I will have time to prepare much. And on Saturday I will also be gone until 7, so the stream will have to start a little bit later. I was thinking of finishing Eevee, the 3D part, and maybe doing the texturing on stream, because I think that could be interesting. But I'm not sure yet. I'm open for suggestions if you have some, or if Ro has some. Like, it could be... I don't think I want to do 3D again. That doesn't seem to be that popular with people. But it will be occasional. We could try doing a little splash art thing, or a material study I want to do. I don't know if you've looked at the art student chat, but in there's like a very cool study that I found. So I wanna try that out on my own. But that will be more like a tutorial, so I don't know how interesting that would be to you. I don't know if this is too much. I think this little piece alone is already pretty cool. I think the tattoos and that will kinda already show much more, and then if she's like in her everyday outfits, then we will see her full thing.
Hey, wait a minute, Pooh. Stop this shit. What the fuck I'm thinking about?
This TI or is this Romanian? Oh. Sounds like TI in the background.
Everybody right here. What you need to do is be thankful for the life you got, you know what I'm saying? Stop looking at what you
Arcane art study.
Let's give it to 'em, baby girl.
I would be cool with that, but Arcane would take a little bit of preparation from my side. I don't know if Ro is still here, but maybe Ro has ideas for something that would be cool to see. But again, I will be... Yeah, do you have stream ideas, Ro? CK suggesting an Arcane art study. I might... Just check. It is. Copy image, place it in here. Stuff like this would be fun to try, but I don't know if this is a stream thing or not. I'm not really watching or listening. Yeah. That's the thing. Like, I know some people, so I'm interested like what would be fun to see and what would be fun to listen to. The 3D stuff is probably not that interesting. The most popular would be rendering. Yeah, I agree. So maybe a quick character. Maybe I prepare a sketch and we render it on stream. That's also the funnest part for me. Doing sketches, less fun because I have to think a little bit more and do the line art. One second. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Let's talk about it in Discord then. Maybe one of these suits. Glasses? She already has glasses. These are all references from Fant. But this is from CK. But, yeah. Fant kept suggesting different characters that would be cool. I did say ponytails would be next, right? Could be the free sketches then, you know what? That could be a good idea if I don't think of something. Because, as I said, I'll be gone Saturday the entire day, basically. And I will probably start streaming as soon as I get home. So that could be something, like a very quick thing to do. 1 or 2 hours. And maybe we do both of them in one stream. That could be fun. That's actually not a bad idea, CK. I know all the fun refs. Yeah, you do? Yeah, he kept saying that one of the characters looked like this girl. And then one of them looked like DVA. One looked like this. So I added them so to know. It's not like a ref that I want to follow, it's like a ref that I specifically have there to not look like that. Like an anti-ref or something. 3 of them are from Overwatch. Yeah, you can tell that Fant is very into Overwatch. And he apologized for it. But that's the thing why I like the stream stuff. I get ideas for stuff that I'm not into. Evangelion, yeah. Yeah, one of them, yeah. I know. Ponytails. Do I have one with... Again, guys, I want to kind of mention again how awesome it is to have people here keeping me company. This is a ponytail. These are... yeah. Looking doesn't matter. Symmetry's on, yes. Let's give you a little bit different eyes. These are way too big. Yeah. There must be form dissented or so with his OP armors. I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Sorry. I'm sorry, man. I can give you a spinny fish if you want to, but I don't know what you're talking about. The ref with the ponytail. What exactly should I Google for refs for the ponytail? Descendant or so? I noticed the head is kinda large. What kind of ponytails do we give her? I don't like the eyes for some reason, they're kinda high up. Yeah, the eyes are way too high up. First Descendant, let me Google that. First Descendant, oh, that's a game. Ah, yeah. That actually looks like the reference I had, yeah. Maybe it is from there. A little bit like that. I kinda also want to have a note. For the hat, because I kinda like this mask where it opens up where you see the face. Dark Self, yeah, man. You can tell, like, she has armor, but what does the armor protect? Her shoulders and her knees. And her hands. But all the vitals, everything that's important. Maybe the head is also protected. I like her face, kinda. Also, none of them have earrings. I guess it would be quite annoying to have earrings when you're like military service. Maybe give her like little studs. Is that what you call it in English? A little bit wider ears. Just to have the variety. 3 different types of ears, like small ears, pointier, wider. Going to bed now? Yeah, CK, I'm probably not gonna be around much longer anyways. Thank you, man, for being here. I think that is Bunny from the game. Oh yeah, the reference, yeah, maybe. But thank you so much, man, for being here. I really appreciated you being here for every stream. I think this is the first time you leave the stream without me ending it, so it means a lot, man. But as you can see, I'm also tired and I'm not gonna continue much longer. But I want maybe to make something quick here, or at least to give me a start so I can continue tomorrow. Always a pleasure, man. Yeah, I have to. Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, you don't have to do anything, but that's the thing. If I forced you, it wouldn't mean much, but you are here because you want to be here, and that means a lot to me. So, thank you, man. I hope you have a good night. We'll talk tomorrow, I guess, on Discord or anywhere. We talk every day. Like most people here, like, I don't know. I don't want to keep you longer, man. Have a good night. Talk to you tomorrow. So it's just you and me, Ro. And yes, a few other people. Yes, there's a few other watchers, but they don't chat. They just lurk. How's your artwork going, man? How's your drawing going? Also, what's the time for you? This looks a little bit appropriate. Oops. Something disconnected. A little bit more open, flowy here, like this. For one of them. Yeah. I know it's not a ponytail, and I know she doesn't quite look Asian enough. The eye shape. It's 3:30 p.m. I'm just tooling. It's fun. Nice. It's 10:30 p.m. for me. I wanna sketch out a rough costume for her and then I'll be leaving. For today, I think. Hmm. This heart opening might actually be a cool thing.
This your favorite song. Translation, ven aquí mami, así culo. Tu quiero que mi huevo si papi mores espero chuparse puto pendejo el pinche cabrón. Let's get it nice like this, I'm a night like this. Sword in my hand, I fight like this, and I'm more than a man, I'm a god. Bitch, touche on guard. Two-pay trap and a two-tits pop out of that tank top and bra. And when I say do, bitch, that BK dog. She wants some more, this I give her more, this I owe her. This in fact, I know she missed the way I floored. This I'm focused, I know my Houston partners drop a
We hide it.
focus and slow it down. Alright, let me blow this bitch, I'm famous, I blame this.
This reminds me a lot of a commission for gamer subs, where I drew this military lady with a gun. It was quite interesting. What does like a very tactical shirt look like? Still, oh, maybe I give her the cybernetics on the legs. That would be a good thing to test. I think I had that. Yeah, she. I can already feel myself being unable to draw and to think straight. So this will not be going much longer. You sound tired? Yeah, man. Maybe I need spinny fish to wake me up. Spinny fish. Not gonna lie, that helped. But yeah, I like the tattoo you made. Thank you. It's literally just doodles. But I'm pretty sure the final, whatever I pick, will have tattoos. And it would be somewhat in this direction. I don't even know. Where would I think she has pretty cybernetic stuff. This is very cliche. Yeah. Bro, what part of Canada are you in? Are you in the French-speaking part? I don't know where my mentor is from. Brandon. He's also in Canada. Manitoba. Right in the middle, okay. I don't know where he is, but there's like another girl in my class who is in the French part of Canada. So she's like Canadian, he's also Canadian. I'm in the center of Europe. Another guy is from the US. And then there's one guy in New Zealand. So our time zones are way over the place. It's kind of cool for me because I get the entire day tomorrow to work on this. But tomorrow I'll be at a little convention, a little local convention. And there's like a few art friends that have their booths there. I've never been there, so I'm happy to check it out, to support them. I hope it's a good convention. There'll be some indie games. I know a few of the devs that have their booths there, so it'll be a busy day visiting one friend after another. This little convention. I gotta support them. Especially the art friends, you know. Devs, there's not much to support there, it's just checking out their game and wishlisting maybe on Steam. But the artists, I gotta buy some stickers or posters. Morrigan, it's on the server, which you might have seen. She has the booth there. Another friend of hers who recently joined the server has also a booth there, which I've never met. Morrigan I've met in person several times. She worked actually at the same company for a while, but not doing art stuff. She wanted to do art stuff, but sadly we didn't have any work for her. She did do some art stuff. She designed a t-shirt with me together for like a Christmas party as a Christmas gift for all the employees. It was fun. Conventions are always so fun when you're not working. Are you often at conventions? Like this is literally like a tiny one. I don't know how many people will be there, but not that many. Never been. I had the only a couple times. Is it like local smaller ones or like bigger ones as well? Anime conventions? Yeah, this tomorrow is like a mix between a games convention and anime convention. Basically like a place where nerds get together of all kinds. They even have like a little cosplay thing event going on. I was asked to go there many times to be at the booth and look at portfolios. I've never been. I've been at other conventions, like international. It's not. It was a game dev convention, so it doesn't count in my opinion because all of the people there were game developers trying to sell their games and network. This tomorrow is literally just a thing to hang out, so it doesn't count for me. But anytime I've been asked to go to this one, I declined, and now that I that I wasn't asked, I go there by myself and pay for the ticket. Yeah, smaller ones. I think smaller ones would be cooler than like a huge one. Like an E3 or something where people stand for 3 hours, 5 hours to play a game. I would never do that. Like huge crowds. Yeah, that's exactly it. You go there just hanging out with friends, which is basically what I'm doing tomorrow. Bringing my sister along because she wants to go and I wouldn't want to go on my own. I don't know why. Want some company there. So it will be fun, I hope. Never been. But I keep hearing good things. thinking whether I should wear my company merch from and then pop up on their booth. Pretend I'm working on the booth. All the merch is designed by me, so I could wear my own merch and have like business cards. I'm not that smart. Actually, that wouldn't have been a bad idea. If someone wants to see my art, just hand them a card. Oh, you know what I've seen recently? Bro? An IP lawyer? Which she has like a Pokemon card as a business card, but like a very shiny holographic one. And in front it's, what's that lawyer game from Nintendo? I forgot the name. But she basically drew herself as that, or had someone draw her. Like as with that famous pose on the cover, which you see in memes a lot as well. And all the description text below was all her info, and on the back it was the Pokemon Ace Attorney, yeah, that's one. Ace Attorney. And on the back it had the Pokemon thing with a huge sticker, like graphic, what did it say? File redacted or something. Very, very, very weird thing. But it looked awesome. And I was thinking like, I should totally have Pokemon cards as business cards. The problem is, I don't meet people enough to hand out business cards. I had business cards in the past and I think only 2 people ever received one from me. So I'm not gonna do that again. But people who are more at conventions, if I plan to go on the next bigger convention, I'm definitely doing that. Maybe not Pokemon, but I just like the idea of having like a holographic card with some awesome art as a business card. DBZ card, yeah. That could be cool. Are there DBZ cards? I know. I should probably check up on that. There was a guy who made these awesome DBZ fan cards, like holographic and stuff, and you could like buy them. You could buy a card pack. It's just all fan art in there, printed on awesome cards with like a back that he had designed. And he reached out to all these fan artists asking if he can use their art. And I told him, as long as you send me one of these packs with my cards in there, do whatever you want with them. Like, you don't even have to pay. And he said that like he would do that. And I don't think I've ever heard back from him. That was like at least 5, no more, 10 years ago. I should probably check up on him. From what I remember, his Instagram was pretty dead. Pretty soon after that. So maybe he stopped doing it before he even got to my cards. But I very fondly, or like fondly is a bad word to say, but like I very specifically remember me sending him my art and waiting for the cards to arrive one day, and they never arrived. easy holographic cards, like with the aura. That would be so amazing. I should probably order some of my fan art. Like, there's so many people on Etsy who do custom cards. I should just get some of my art made into like cool cards. That'd be awesome. You're giving me ideas, bro. I don't know if that'd be awesome. A long sleeve shirt. Maybe I give her some color, and then we're done for today. Maybe I get to do a fourth one tomorrow, but I'd rather not. Rather focus on these. It's mostly I'm just saying random stuff. Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'm just looking for someone to blame if I buy these cards. Don't worry, I won't do that, but... Where's another attack? Sorry, I was just gone for a moment there. I'm thinking of giving her, like not even giving her legs or like feet. Because if these got blown away from a kaiju attack, maybe give the amputee community some love. Because why would she need robotic legs that look like human legs? Hope that makes sense. And now let's add some color and then looks pretty cool. Yeah, I kind of I'll keep it. If I actually choose that one or like amputee legs, I will look up some reference for what they actually look like. But from what I have in mind, I have a reference here. You can see it's a bit curved backwards for balance. But that's a robot. That's an awesome one. I have such a big ref board here. These tiny mechs and characters. Colors. What do we pick for colors? Ro, what do we give her for hair color? I don't like this color, not gonna lie. Maybe we don't even need a fancy hair color. Purple is the classic one for futuristic stuff. Yeah. Oh no, that changes everything. For this one, I'm kind of thinking having the color be the t-shirt or shirt. The rosiness. Oh, wrong button, that's why it doesn't work. Another color that might work well for this futuristic setting would be white. I definitely can't wait for the next step where I'm just going in and exploring hairstyles and colors and like really go into detail, making sure everything is awesome. Cool thing about the other ones, I can literally steal their colors. And it's not even stealing because they are all part of one set. So they all actually look like one set. Because they're sharing colors. I need to make it a habit when I'm turning off symmetry to turn it back on again. Row. We are pretty close to calling this thing finished for today. But there's a long way to go still. Actually, we're not even that close to finished. But I'm curious. Is there anything you want to know? Anything you want to learn about, hear about? A story I should tell? Oh no. Pick my brain for the last few minutes before I go to bed. Exhausted. I've literally spent the entire day since this morning on my PC. I accidentally unselected something I was doing selections for. Control Z. Like if I make a selection and select something here, I can Control Z it back. Okay. One thing though, you can save selections. You can also select, you don't see into my screen, but under select, there's this little thing called save selection. So if there's a selection you need more often, you can save it. What I like to do, let's say I want a selection of the outline of this character. So I select it once, I make a new layer, fill it, I hide it, and with holding the control key, clicking on the little thumbnail, it makes a selection. And I usually call these layers masks. So I would have masks for all different, like when I'm rendering something, the hair would have a separate mask. So when I'm going through, I don't need to reselect stuff, I just click and it selects. Or what I like to do sometimes is have the hair on a separate layer and then render it on top of that. I'll do that more often. Yeah, that's what I do usually. I usually don't save selections. I know it's there, but it's... I don't know, I don't use it. I guess I prefer. See? Now even the last few minutes are pretty useful, I guess. Well, instead of this blue color, let me turn this tank colored. So it will look like military tech that she got. She got hurt in battle and the government paid for it, or like her department, because she got hurt in battle. These are all stories nobody will ever hear, but it's what goes through my brain when I'm deciding colors. Any other questions? Anything you wanna learn? A way to do other stuff maybe? Is there something you hate your process in and want to learn mine? Which may be better, maybe yours is better? Anything? While we're still here. And I gotta tell you, this artwork, I was contemplating whether to only do the max and this next week. But I really want to get started with the characters, because I don't have that many weeks left for the course. And I have a lot of stuff planned, so I know that it will not be doable. And if I didn't stream this, I would probably not have delivered this. So it's because of you and CK and Anne and everyone who's here that I got to submit something this week. I gotta say again, I know I keep repeating myself, but I truly do appreciate you guys just hanging out with me. It really keeps me working and motivated, and like, I used to be able to motivate myself quite a lot through these, but the older I get, the more painful it gets. It's really cool to have someone chill with me. Especially hearing that you're working on your own stuff. Kinda cool. I suppose I want to learn about 3D animation as such in general, like how can I make... I forgot about that, Ro. I wanted to do a little animation demo for you. We can do that on Saturday maybe. Like do CK's free artwork first, and then remind me please that we do a little 3D animation thing if you want. Maybe in Photoshop, so if you're used to Photoshop I can show you how to do it in Photoshop, maybe even in Krita. I would prefer Krita if I was honest with you, but Photoshop would be doable as well. Yeah, Photoshop is a little bit more complicated and annoying with animation, but it's doable. I used Photoshop for animation for several years. I suppose I want to learn about 3D, yeah. Uh,
All night, wake up at 6, lil mama grab your shit, get ghost.
you would. Blender can do animation. I'm just thinking, if you have, where should learn to animate it? If are you talking about 3D animation? Like, is it a 3D anime that you want to animate? Or what's the plan there? Yeah, then you would do it in Blender directly. If you want to give me a second, because I will go back to this tomorrow. Oh, 1 second. I can open a Blender project for you and show you an animation I've done. I think that would be the easiest way. Explain who she is, bro. Get a little box text. So tomorrow when I open, I will know exactly what I wanted. I need to. How do I do that? No, not how do I do that. Where is that file that I want to show you? I guess I can remove or put my Cintiq away and face you finally. On my cloud. Here it is. Now, which character do I open for you? I think the chicken has a lot. Yeah, let me open Blender. Oops, stuck. So do you want to make your own character and animate it, or do you have a character that's already pre-made? And they're still opening. Eventually I want to make my own. Okay. So what you're looking for is a character model with a rig. The rig is basically a skeleton. What you could do, I will show you that as well. Let me go to... Oh, the webcam doesn't work with Blender, but doesn't matter. What do I do? What do I do? Where are the textures? This is Blender. 1 second. Shady. The model is broken. Just want to make sure everything is reloaded. Also PureRef can go away. So this is a character I made. It has, you can see these gray things. These are the bones for a rig, and that's it. This is the idol. So this is the character I made. I sculpted it and modeled it, and I gave it a rig. If you want to make your custom characters, you will have to make custom rigs. And like, this is the idle animation. And what you do, you basically have all of these bones and you move them frame by frame. The program can interpolate between frames, which I will show you what it means. Like you just set a keyframe here and you set a keyframe here, and the program calculates everything in between. And let's say here's an attack animation I made. It would basically spit fire. If you go to my ArtStation, there's an entire project for this setup. And let's say I make a new animation, I delete, go to pose mode, I delete all the frames. Okay, now it's stuck in a weird... Yeah, like basically you can move around all the bones. Break it as much as you want to and set keyframes. And you set different keyframes. Like I don't want to demo the entire thing for you, but you need basically you need a model, you need a rig, which often you can find online. If you have a human character, you could save quite a lot of time if you go to a site like Mixamo. I don't know if you've heard of Mixamo. I've used Mixamo quite a lot on projects. Here I am again. You can basically log in with your Adobe account. I don't think you need to have a paid. Why is chat broken? I want to fix this. Yeah, so what this is, making your own 3D, yeah, that's gonna be the hardest part. Because, see, this is a 3D model I found online. I think I found him on thingiverse.com. It's a site for 3D printing actually, but it's all for free. So oftentimes for concept art I will go in here. Character. Yeah, I would find, I don't know, there's so many, you can find assets anywhere. And now this is broken. Let's reload. But what you can do on Mixamo, does it load? If you have a humanoid character, that's important. Like I found this one. You can upload it there. You can set some points like where his ankle, his elbows and his wrists and like chin and groin and knees and stuff. You just drag points around. The program does it for you, the rigging. And what you can do then is, I don't know, dance. And this is this is a model I found online. This was never meant to be animated. This is just something that's used for concept art. Like walk. And if you go in place, now you can use it in a game engine. Where the walking forward is done in engine. You can even adjust the stride and overdrive, make him act in a weird way. Like for game characters, if it was a humanoid character, for a prototype, I would basically never do the animation myself. I would do certain things myself, but for like these kind of things, I would download all the basic stuff. And they all have the same kind of rig, so sometimes it's pretty easy to just use the same rig on different characters with the same animations. So this will save you so much time, and you can then only do the animations that they don't provide. Like I had a specific one where I would be hitting with a baseball bat, but if I go in here and look for bat animations, is there one where he hits? Because there is... Yeah, you can import them super easily into Blender. There's so many tutorials for Blender and Mixamo because they're both free, and Blender has such a huge community. I see he holds it, but I had to have a very specific like animation where it like one hit, second hit and then jump in the air in the third from the top, and that you can't find that stuff, so I animated that by hand. Or like the chicken, which has like bones which are not humanoid, then I would not use this. Like you can see here, the arms are kind of together, crossed over, so character arm space, I think, yeah, you can kind of, now it's a bit high, like they have sliders to help you with that kind of stuff. Yeah, and you can adjust it by hand anyways. So for like simple animations, like walking, running, sitting, if you see a cheap Unity made game on Steam, 99% of the time they're using Mixamo animations, and I can tell. And it's not a problem. Like, you can use them, but if you want AAA kind of quality, you need AAA kind of animations, and you don't get by like here dying. This dying animation I've seen so often. There's even more. See, they have one for dying backwards, or like a mutant dying, or like walking and dying. Like, I've seen so many indies. I recognize some of these animations because I've used them as well. Or like here, he's holding a rifle and being shot. Like, if you have a shooter game, you could basically download all of these, and then like they have 3 pages of dying animation. Or like go into jumping. Like, this is like for a heavy character. Then they have like more jumping like this. They even have working. Pretty sure. I don't know if it's called, yeah. Now you can see a soldier twerk. Yeah. This is perfect for indies, yeah, man. He was gonna make a shooter game? Yeah, let's see, like, shoot. And if you have Adobe software, I don't even think you need to pay for any Adobe subscription, you just need an Adobe account. Doesn't even have to have a subscription tied to it, I think. And it's all free. You can upload something, you can click on download, and as an FBX and without skin, which means you don't download the model, you just download the animation, the keyframes with the rig basically. And in the game engine, you can assign the animation to the skeleton. So you would import, or let's say it like this, like, wait. How do I remove the animation from him? Oh yes, oh no. Let me just refresh. So what you could do to save time, you could make a humanoid character yourself, sculpt it if you want to, you could download one. Then you upload it here, put all the joints in there, and then you get to... You don't do anything on the left side, you just go to download in a T-pose or original. I would suggest T-pose because that's the standard FBX download. Then it's possible, which happened to me sometimes, that the textures will be gone. So in the game engine, you would have to basically put the character in there and reassign the textures. Or you could do that in the engine itself. Or like you could do it in Blender and re-export the FBX from Blender with the skeleton. And in the game engine, you basically have it already textured. For me, it was usually easier to just reassign it in Unreal. Oh, hi Minza. Nice of you to join, but I'm basically already done, just explaining some animation game engine stuff to Ro here. And what you do then, you have, if you download this, like the T-posed character, you basically have the rigged character for the game engine, and then you basically, I don't know, you want him walking with a rifle, and usually you want to have in place checked for a game engine because you want not the animation to drive the walking, but in game engine, like you can adjust speed and whatever, and if this is not checked, then he will walk in the animation and in the game engine, and it will overlap and you will just create chaos. So you can play with these things, And once you have your animation, just again go to download without skin, because you don't want the model, you just want the animation. FBX, frames per second, I mean, you could go 60. Keyframe reduction you don't want, and download. And in Unreal, it's that simple that you literally just drag and drop the FBX in there. It almost immediately detects what the skeleton is for this, and it works. It's that simple, and I would sometimes download like 50 animations from here and do some, like in Unreal you can even do, and I forgot what it was called. In Unreal you can make it so the upper body plays a different animation than the lower body, depending on what you do. So you can run around, press the hit button, and the character hits but still keeps the running animation. It kind of blends. I forgot what the thing was called. Godot, I don't know how it works. I think Unity has a very similar thing. But yeah, Mixamo, as I said, if you've ever played a cheap Unity made indie game, they all use Mixamo because it's free. And I used it for pretty much all the prototypes that we worked on. And some of them were handmade. Like, do I have? Oh, I only have. Yeah, so all of these. Notice, like here's the chicken noticing the player. I can even stick or like walk to reduce the frame count to 20. And this was the walking animation I made. You can all see this all in Unreal with effects turned on. So if you want to see this with effects, like the attack 2, no, attack 1, which until 80. This basically spits fire, and in Unreal I put effects in there, everything. So you will notice the chicken. I think it's in the cover image in my post on ArtStation. It's just portfolio if you want to check it out. But yeah, Ro, if you have any sort of questions, as I said, we can cover 2D animation on Saturday, but if you're up for it, we could also cover some 3D animation, because I love both. I'm trained in 2D animation, but 3D is, in my opinion, easier, because you can see you don't need to draw anything here. You make the model once, you make the skeleton once. If you use the human, you can get by with using Mixamo. You don't even have to do the skeleton yourself. For this I had to. Let me see. I have... this guy? Oh no.